CJ Storm for Alberto and John Harron. 3 for 3 this meet. They had a good day.
Also, John's owners told me that he just hit the $1 million mark with that race as well
CJ
for the
Storm?
year. For the year, no,
Oh.
John for the year.
Okay, good. Yeah.
He
He's
was
having
at
a good meet.
Oaklawn, and yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. He's having a really good meet, so good
Buys
to
a
see.
lot of
And he's
Guinness.
free last.
A lot of Guinness.
A little bit, yeah. And he's free last. I love interviewing him because of that Irish accent. So, congratulations
I've known
to
John for a
all the
long time.
connections.
Monday is Dooley's Legends Contest. Tuesday, the Retool Jockeys Agent Contest back through July here in 2025. Wednesdays are for winning, as all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors know. And today it is Exactamundo. That's our contest to wrap up this 4-day stretch. And just like the Jockeys Agent Contest on Tuesdays, Exactamundo Thursdays through the middle half of July. So still some weeks left in this Thursday contest that we have here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's week 5. Select 4 horses in order of importance for exactas in races 3 through 8. We have our marketing interns, of course, Darbs and Riker, along with Tammy Knox, overseeing those marketing interns and keeping track of all the scores for you for Exactamundo Thursdays. The top handicapper today in this contest will win $100. Points are cumulative toward the $1,200 final. That'll be on Thursday, July 17th. You see, that's the final day for this Thursday contest. It is available to players both on track and online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Hey, John, Rachel, where can we get our entry forms? First floor, OTB.
That's right. This is a relatively new contest. It's a lot of fun. 10 preliminary rounds. Sign up downstairs for Exactamundo Thursdays here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
No live racing here tomorrow, hopefully so we can celebrate the Pacers' victory over the Thunder away in Oklahoma City tonight, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to be a late night watching. Yes, sirs. Hopefully take out game 1 of the NBA Finals. But with no live racing on Friday, back early on Saturday, as I mentioned, post time just short of, I think, 11 a.m. So I think it's 10:55 in the program is what's listed. But best to get here early. We're going to have, of course, Belmont Day featuring the 156th running of the $2 million Belmont Stakes. Our post time, again, Naira Bets. Caesars Sportsbook. You can get your bets on there at Caesars Sportsbook. Not only if you want to bet the Pacers, but horse racing action as well. Indiana, Illinois,
Did
New
you
York, all
see
part
that
of
we added it?
Yeah.
Very
Oh,
exciting.
Love it.
And yeah, now you don't have to switch back and forth when you're making your Hoosier Park Pick 4 bets with Joey in the evenings.
Great card at, of course, Belmont at Saratoga. Belmont Stakes as they continue to rebuild and hopefully grow the sport there in Elmont, Long Island. The Belmont Stakes for the 156th running, of course, being staged in upstate New York at the Belmont at Saratoga meet. Looking forward to the true Belmont over the 1.5 miles being back there in Long Island in the near future.
That's an interesting year.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of divided on it.
Pimlico, of course, being rebuilt as well, the second leg of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. And of course, we've got that rematch. So we'll have a live racing program here kicking off 10:45 a.m., 10:55. Again, shortly before 11 o'clock on Saturday, that's for sure. Best to arrive here early, get your favorite spot, park yourself on the first floor OTB, and gear up for the
It's supposed to be nice.
opener.
This rain's supposed to be out of the way, and it's supposed to be nice, hopefully.
We're also going to have giveaways, food trucks, Winner's Circle promotions.
Lots of
Jimmy
fun.
McNerney will be here as well, and of course,
Gino.
really happy birthday to your dad. So
My
Rachel
dad's
will be
70th
celebrating
birthday.
as we're here at the track and entertainment in the yawning stage from 1 to 3 o'clock. So best to get here early, get here around 10:30. Check into the first floor OTB, get your favorite spot, and then we'll get set for the live racing program to kick off early and all that great racing action from the Belmont at Saratoga meet.
Yeah, doors open early, 9:30, so be sure to be here. And don't forget, we are officially today, Saturday, July 5th, is the Indiana Derby. 1 month away from the Indiana Derby. We'll have a cigar rolling station, our Mega Bet contest, which is completely free, the hat contest. Just lots of fun. An NHC qualifier. And this year, we usually don't race on Fridays, but Friday we are rolling it into Saturday Indiana Derby with a Friday, July 4th card as well.
I was happy to see, by the way, that's last year's winner of the Indiana Derby. Dragoon Guard carried the famous colors of Juddmonte. Brad Cox, Laurent Giroux, the winner. Dragoon Guard went on to run in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. Then he was put on the shelf by his connections, came back just a short time ago to race at Churchill Downs, making his 4-year-old seasonal debut. Certainly needed that under the Twin Spires. So looking forward to seeing last year's Indiana Derby going
They've won it
forward.
3 of the last 5 years. Brad Cox has. Brad and Ricky, his assistant here.
And speaking of Friday, again, no live racing here. Maybe you'll be at the first floor OTB. It's the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes.
Oh, yes.
Being run there. And the favorite to win, well, she's undefeated. The
Yeah, we posted this yesterday.
Good Cheer, who debuted right here to Good Cheer at Horseshoe Indianapolis last summer.
Love to see those Indiana graduates
Brad Cox,
moving up in the
Ricky
world.
Giannini, Godolphin.
Brad definitely has a way of starting them here, and then they go off.
Juvenile Mile winner to the favorite for the Grade 1 Acorn. And this year's Kentucky Oaks.
So exciting.
Good Cheer. Yep. Thanks to our sponsors in 2025. We certainly appreciate all of you talking about Brown-Forman, Tequila Herradura, also Corbel and Breed Development, and our Winner Circle sponsor back with us here this year. Trailer Sales.
Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984.
765-361-8803. Rachel McLaughlin on the read. Also, B&H Electric, they are back as our not only tote board sponsors. Love that tote board we've got here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
So nice.
Also the starting gate, the big signage there atop the True Center gate each and every racing day. Here at B&H Electric with locations in town, also Seymour and Bloomington. You can check them out on the web if you like at www.bh-electric.com. B&H Electric, not only our tote board, but starting gate sponsor again in 2025. If you're here at the track, as hopefully we get a break in the weather, you can check out those terrific brand new Ford trucks parked there, right there on the apron, just below the clubhouse windows here. If you're joining us up in the restaurant, Indiana's Giant Hubler with locations in town and in Franklin, drivehubler.com. There they are, 2025. You can check out the sticker price and maybe drive off with one of those.
Dang, they look good.
Man, beauties right here. Hubler Ford, cheers to their sponsorship.
Yeah, love to have them, and definitely go see them. I just got a Jeep from them. They're wonderful. Ask for Devin. Tell him Rachel sent you.
HublerFord.com.
I'll hook you up.
Social media-wise, we've got you covered each and every racing day.
Follow us.
Not only on every racing day, but also on the dark days as well, keeping you all of you horse players.
Try.
We do try. We do try. You can follow me on X at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen will be along later today talking about the quarter horse final dash of the day. We have that great Carter Riley
There's
overnight
2 Saturdays.
Stakes. Yeah.
So she'll be doing those.
Just the other day, and Brian is at Mr. B analyst Brian Aragoni along soon to talk about the 50 Cent Early Pick 5. You can follow all of us on social media, and track-wise, we've got you covered too, not only on X, also on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. A lot of great content there, including pretty much wire to wire until the time I say goodnight.
Also, be sure to check our overnight live stream to check track conditions on YouTube. I need to get a link to that. Surely we have a link to that.
Surely.
So definitely to YouTube to watch the live stream for track conditions.
All main track hard here today. We are sloppy, and again, as I mentioned, no live racing on Friday. That 8:30 p.m. start for us Eastern for tonight's Game 1 of the NBA Finals with, yes, sirs, the Pacers, our Pacers taking on the Thunder of Oklahoma City. Looking forward to that matchup in the finals. Don't forget you can watch and wager on the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes, Good Cheer, and all the great stakes action from Belmont at Saratoga here tomorrow, while there'll be no live racing. First floor OTB, and again back Saturday with a live racing card, and later around 7 o'clock Eastern, the 156th running of the $2 million Belmont Stakes. Insofar as this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire goes, quick commercial break here on the Thursday.
The favorite part of the show is over. Now it's time for B.
We're done.
Have fun.
Bye for now. Brian.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to the second half of Wire to Wire. Unanimously voted the Clubhouse Girls' favorite portion of Wire to Wire, where useful information is provided daily. And we are on the Thursday of Horseshoe Indianapolis, but it's not the final day of racing. In fact, we'll race here on Belmont Day, a very elite day of racing, not only here but around the country. A ton of on-track great things going on as well. So join us on Saturday for Belmont Saturday, but we're 26 minutes away. We are off the turf, which isn't that big of a struggle today as it may be on other cards, because Wisely, they only had one turf race, so it really doesn't change a whole lot on a sloppy main track today. But let's take a look at this first race, and I thought this first race completely wide open, a race where chaos could ensue. You've got optional claimers bred in the great state of Indiana taking to the slop, 1 mile and 70 yards. Certainly a spread race, in my opinion. I'm going to spread out. If your wallet does allow or your purse allows, I'd certainly recommend going all in here, because these are some old hard-knocking claimers that take turns, getting in good form, beating one another. They've knocked heads plethora of times, and it's hard enough to figure out who's going to go off favored, let alone who's going to win this race. A race I would certainly encourage you to go as deep as you can, or maybe just go light. Take a stand. Everyone's going to spread. It looks like a spread race. It is a spread race. If you can get by using 2 or 3 horses, maybe that's the way to go. But for me, I had a difficult time navigating the opener here, now 25 minutes away. Race number 2 kicks off the $1 minimum. Pick 4, maiden claimers in here. Going to go 6 furlongs. You got some first-time starters mixed in with horses with experience. You'll see by my ticket, I'm 1, 3, and 4. I'm going to use first-time starters. Not often do I like first-time starters at the maiden claiming ranks. However, I do believe one of them should be sufficient enough to beat a horse who's going to be heavily favored in She's a Dragon Lady. Hasn't been seen since Florida on a huge class drop. They paid $70,000. They took a kick at the can a couple of times, or a handful of times in the maiden special weight level. Down to 50, down to 30, down to 12.5. I don't like the angle coming in off the synthetic. I think She's a Dragon Lady. If that one beats me, so be it. Hopefully one of these firsters can run a little bit, kicking off that pick 4. 1, 3, and 4 in race number 2. Race number 3, 6 furlongs, $7,500 claimers, all looking for their second win on the year, which is ironic because most of them have not won this year. So the condition seems right for some of the horses that have already won on this year. Faithful Ruler is in a non-winners of 2 this year, hasn't won this year, as is Parker as well. So those two haven't won this year, but they're in a non-winners of 2. Me and Chili is an Indiana bred taking on Open Company, who a race later could certainly be running against state bred competition. Me and Chili, they must really prefer, and maybe want to make note, that they want 6 furlongs versus 5.5. Otherwise, simply a race before or after they could have run in a state bred competition. I'm going to go with the 4 in here, going to be my single in this spot. Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel. 7-2 morning line, a horse who is always settled for less but gets a ton of class relief in here, and Cipriano Contreras does an excellent job claiming elsewhere, bringing the Horseshoe Indianapolis, and getting the money. Race number 4, $7,500 claimers in here, 5.5 furlongs. This one is for the boys in this spot, and you've got claimers that are battling it out, dueling. I know the computers are in love with Flower Pecker. 7-2, I do actually believe that horse is likely to go off favorite in here. Flower Pecker, the 9-year-old, who's already got a win this year and had 2 wins last year. I'm going to go a different direction, 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 9, a race that I've got very little confidence in the winner. I'm going to spread out, try and get a good leg 4 in that early pick 5, and an excellent start in the late fire 5. Race number 5, the final leg of that early pick 5, 1 mile and 70 yards, state bred competition. Do scratch numbers 2, 8, and 10 out of this event. We're going to go light. You got to go light somewhere. I think Bozano, strictly the horse to beat, but the horse to bet could be Get Me 1-2. Aaron West, Sammy Bermudez, that jockey trainer combination, one you need to pay attention to. They win at 27%. I think they are the horse to use in here, stretching out second time under the guidance of Aaron West, and Get Me 1-2 and MY Stables is going to be the main threat for Bozano, who's going to be heavily backed in this spot. But Bozano, you've got questions as well. A horse trying 2 turns for the first time, has but absolutely run the best race of his career last time out, and the best race of anyone on the form. However, The stretch out is the only thing that leaves me a little bit cautious in here, but Bolzano looking to bring one home for the Paisanos and all those Italian fans out there. Whether you're enjoying some of the best service around the entire country in our clubhouse today with the finest cuisine around, or whether you're tuning in on your simulcast feed, not paying attention to your work, I certainly wish you the best of luck, and may all your photo finishes be the winning kind. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley and all. Main track card. We're off the turf. 9 races carded. Main track is sloppy. Getting closer to the first of the day. Main track sloppy under mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures through the upper 70s. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. As just noted, an all main track card. In the first, start to the 50-cent early pick 5. No scratches. 7 Dad's Life, a change of jockey to Marcelino Pedroza Jr., a 3-time riding champion here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. picks up the call in the first of the day on the 7, Dad's Life. Turning to race 2, maiden sprint, scratch the 8, Crackle. Number 8, Crackle, has been scratched from the second race maiden. In the third, from this sprint, take out the 3, Yolo Santiago. Number 3, Yolo Santiago, has been scratched. The fourth race Statebred sprint kicks off the 50-cent late pick 5, low 11.99% takeout on both pick 5s today and for the season. Late pick 5 start in the fourth race at 3:43. There are no changes, all 9 run. Following the sprint, fifth race maiden starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Scratch the 2 Chanakee, the 8 Gimmel, and the 10 All Kinds of Trouble. Scratch the 2, 8, and the number 10. Race 6, a maiden sprint, due at 4:45. Here, scratch 7 Fervent Prayer, the 9 Army Fever. Take out the 13 You Got Gold, and number 14 the Irish Ranter. Note number 15 Ryan's Wish draws in. Ryan's Wish to the number 15 will run. Scratch 7, 9, 13, and the number 14. For number 5 TV Victory, there's a jockey change to Joseph Romero. The weight's okay there. Joseph Romero rides number 5 TV Victory. A change of jockey in the 7th race. It's off the turf. The 7th race maiden will be run on the main track over the 5 furlongs. All 9 run. 8 Law and Malloy. A change of jockey to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz rides the first-time starter, the 8 Law and Malloy, in the maiden juvenile filly sprint on the main track. Race 8, scratch, both number 3, You're Fired, and the 8, Ease My Mind. Scratch number 3, You're Fired, and the 8, Ease My Mind, from the sprint. And in the 9th, last of the day, last of this 4-day race stretch, quarter horse maiden over the 330 yards. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 JB Corona, Me Perry, and take out number 12, No Recollection. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 and 12, from the maiden quarter horse dash to close out the card at 6:15. The first of the day, all main track card sloppy due off in 12 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses call postward for race 1. Starting the card at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 9. Number 7, Dad's Life, a change of jockey to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. rides number 7, Dad's Life. Race 1 of our 9-carded all-main track card with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts with a 50-cent early pick 5 off the turf. Main track sloppy with 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. First of the day starts the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all main track card, main track sloppy. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Romero with Toward the Moon. Evan Roman with Booming. Booming facing up to the gate. Mitch Merle with Mansfield Tiger. Now Felix Ostadillo, Ice Express coming forward. Mansfield Tiger joins the cast here and the curtain opener. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Dad's Life. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Theo's Promise drew 3, all 9 run. Alberto Burgos with Rich Kingdom. Just a couple in the back. Santos Sancho with Knight's Move. Rented well, one more. Joe Ramos with Breezy Justice. 1 mile and 70 yards. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track sloppy to start. Here comes the first, the Ren the Gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mansfield Tiger smartly away. Booming with an early bid. Nearest the inside. Toward the Moon settles. Ice Express is up into third as they enter the first turn. It's Mansfield Tiger. So Mansfield Tiger takes the top for Mitchell Murrell with 7 furlongs to run. Booming follows Mansfield Tiger around the first turn with Ice Express third upon settling by 3. Then toward the inside is Toward the Moon running in fourth by 3/4 length. Knight's Move is next in fifth. A 5-length break to Rich Kingdom in the blue sleeves. Dad's Life with on the outside Breezy Justice second to last, and Theo's Promise trails here in the Thursday opener. 23.90 for the lead part. It's Mansfield Tiger. Mansfield Tiger dictates terms by a length to Booming, staying close with Ice Express looking to gain near that wet track rail. Going past the half-mile pole. Knight's Move is now fourth. Toward the Moon has lost a spot to fifth. Still a break of 5 more to Rich Kingdom, making no impression yet. Then Breezy Justice on the far outside. That's Life and Theo's Promise still trying to take a hold of this wet track. Half mile 47.76 seconds. Around the far turn they go. Mansfield Tiger continues to lead them for Mitchell Murrell. Mansfield Tiger nicely toward the quarter pole as Ice Express is coming with a bid for Felix Ostadillo as they straighten away. Then toward the inside is Toward the Moon with Knight's Move booming on the far outside, and Rich Kingdom. They splash for home. Ice Express has taken the lead from Mansfield Tiger after 3/4 in 1 minute 12.58 seconds. Toward the Moon looking to kick with them. Knight's Move running in fourth at that one pace. It's Ice Express as they come inside the final yards. Mansfield Tiger and then Toward the Moon and Knight's Move back in fourth. It's Ice Express. Ice Express wins by just over 2. Mansfield Tiger at the finish for second. Toward the Moon. Knight's Move finish fourth. $142.72 unofficial. 6 Ice Express at even money gets the result. Second photo A nose between the second and third horses up to the judges. Knights Move fourth. Ice Express, first favorite. Felix Ostadio claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Gets the first favorite home on a sloppy track for Gennaro Garcia, Hillerich Racing. There he is, Ice Express. First, number 2, Mansfield Tiger. 7-2 second. A nose to the 1, Toward the Moon. At 35 to 1/3, and 4, Knights Move, 10 to 1/4. Hold all bets until official. The first of 9 on an all main track card, 6-2-1-4. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 6, Ice Express with Felix Ostadio. Ice Express is a 4-year-old. Dark Bay or Brown Gelding by Keen Ice. Out of Express Run by Unbridled Express, Gennaro Garcia trains for Hillerich Racing LLC and Bernie Flint's LTB Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ice Express. Takes out the first. 6-2 exacta, $17.20. 50-cent trifecta, 621, $46.30. With Knights Move fourth in the first. The 10-cent superfecta, 6214, paid $42.10. Favorite was first. All 9 ran. Sloppy track, 142.72 through the goo here at the shoe. 21 minutes away from race 2. Maiden distaff sprint, take out the 8 Crackle. 8 Crackle has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4. Well, main track card as noted. Sloppy post time for the second race will be at 2:42 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment or two, our first race replay. Hope you had a bet on Ice Express. The gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mansfield Tiger smartly away. Booming with an early bid. Nearest the inside. Toward the Moon settles. Ice Express is up into third as they enter the first turn. It's Mansfield Tiger. So Mansfield Tiger takes the top for Mitchell Murrell with 7 furlongs to run. Booming follows Mansfield Tiger around the first turn with Ice Express third upon settling by 3. Then toward the inside is Toward the Moon running in fourth by 3/4 length. Knights Move is next in fifth. A 5-length break to Rich Kingdom in the blue sleeves. That's Life with on the outside Breezy Justice second to last, and Theo's Promise trails here in the Thursday opener. 23.90 for the lead part. It's Mansfield Tiger. Mansfield Tiger dictates terms by a length to Booming, staying close, with Ice Express looking to gain near that wet track rail, going past the half-mile pole. Knight's Move is now fourth. Toward the Moon has lost a spot to fifth. Still a break of 5 more to Rich Kingdom, making no impression yet. Then Breezy Justice on the far outside. That's Life and Theo's Promise still trying to take a hold of this wet track. Half mile 47.76 seconds. Around the far turn they go. Mansfield Tiger continues to lead them for Mitchell Murrell. Mansfield Tiger nicely toward the quarter pole as Ice Express is coming with a bid for Felix Astudillo as they straighten away. Then toward the inside is Toward the Moon with Knight's Move booming on the far outside, and Rich Kingdom. They splash for home. Ice Express has taken the lead from Mansfield Tiger after 3/4 in 1 minute 12.58 seconds. Toward the Moon looking to kick with them. Knight's Move running in fourth at that one pace. It's Ice Express as they come inside the final yards. Mansfield Tiger and then Toward the Moon, and Knight's Move back in fourth. It's Ice Express. Ice Express wins by just over 2. Mansfield Tiger at the finish for second. Toward the Moon in the gate.
Here we are back at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are just a few minutes away from race number 2, kicking off the $1 minimum pick 4. A lot of people accustomed to those 50-cent plays. We bumped it up a little bit, made it a little bit more challenging, but still kept the low takeout in place. 15% takeout each and every day on that pick 4, one of the lowest takeouts in the nation. You may see off turf up in the corner. However, it doesn't really affect anything throughout the entire day with the exception of one race. We only had one carded for the turf, race number 7. That one is now on the main track, but 11 minutes away from race number 2. Scratch your outside runner, Crackle. We've got 3-year-old fillies all looking for their first career victory. 6 furlongs on a sloppy main track, and I'm going to try and hit the fresh button. I want horses that are undefeated, the first-time starters in this group, and look no further than your inside runner, Estrella de Mar. Haven't had the opportunity to say this very often, but Estudio is looking for a riding double in only race number 2. He had an impressive victory in race number 1, gave that horse a great trip and really enjoyed the stretch out. Now the 7-pound weight allowance will be aboard this 3-year-old filly by Laubon, who went through the Keeneland sale ring back in 2023. Debuts for a tag, but it is still 6 times higher than what they purchased her for. The mare, she was decent. She did retire a maiden after only a handful of starts. I believe she had 3 or 4 starts, almost all of them on turf. One thing she showed in each and every start was a ton of early speed. 3 of her 4 races were on the turf course, so we'll see how it translates to the dirt. But Tommy Medina has been live in everything he sends to the racetrack. He's winning at 23% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 22% around the nation, and he's certainly a guy that you have wanted to pay attention to so far this meet. I think 9-1 is a great price in here on a good-looking firster who certainly looks the part. We'll see if she can run the part with those long legs today, but a big overlay, 9-1 on the board. But fellow firster, Mason Money for Shooters Shoot Stables. Have to love that name. Another 3-year-old filly who went through the sales ring for $17,000. Debuts with Lasix for Jose Camillo. And Mitch Merle, who's brought his talents here to Horseshoe Indianapolis in his first season. He's winning at over 17%, doing a very nice job building those relationships and getting on some live mounts. Another first-time starter in here by Central Banker and out of Pure, Michigan. I think the turf is likely going to be in the future for this daughter of a horse by Speightstown on the top, Temple City on the bottom. The mare was incredibly quick, and she really excelled on the turf. I'm a little bit surprised they're debuting on the dirt in here, but must have been showing some good form on the dirt. They even have a workout in the slot, breezing from the gate, going 5 furlongs, so endurance should be in play as well. And something to note is Pure Michigan may not be familiar with her because she did retire, only a one-time winner in 4 starts, but she never missed the exacta. She was a perfect 4 for 4 in the exacta. I think the turf will be the long play in here, but hopefully get an excellent start with that foundation, and she's got experience on a sloppy track. We are on a sloppy track. That last workout, 102, breezing from the gate. If she absolutely hated it, I don't think they'd be running in this spot. So we'll see if Shooter Shoot Stable can get a win at first asking with Mason Money in this spot. But the last firster of the group is Aaron West and Sam Bermuda's Proud Words, a 3-year-old filly by 1,000 words for Nirvana Farm. Another one who has a workout in the mud, and it was a very quick workout. In fact, it was second best out of 8 that day back on May 21st. Aaron West has done a great job so far this meet. He's winning at 26%. He gets his first call rider, Sammy Bermudez, in the saddle, and that jockey-trainer combination has resulted in some incredible results thus far. They're winning at 27% with an ROI over $1.83. Now, Free and Proud, the mare, she was a 7-time winner. She banked over $75,000 in her career. And guess what? She's been pretty lucky as a brood mare as well. She produced 1 foal. I don't always love the first foal of any crop. However, Faith and Liberty is won 4 out of 6 and is by the Red Hot Matoli. So 4 out of 6, they are all low-level claiming ranks over at Laurel, but anytime a horse wins 4 out of 6, you're off to an excellent start as a broodmare. We'll see if that will continue in here with Proud Words. 7-1 on the board for Red Hot connections in this spot, but it looks like bettors have settled in on She's a Dragon Lady, looking to breathe some fire into this group. The 3-year-old filly hasn't panned out. They paid $70,000 at the sale. She's now available for $12,500. She's made her way down the ranks in the claiming ranks. 3 tries at maiden special weight, maiden 50, maiden 35, and now maiden 12.5. She's in with her friends today, but I can't settle for 6-5 with class drops like that. We'll see how it plays out as 7 will go to the gate 6 minutes from now. We do kick off that $1 pick 4 on a sloppy racetrack, and welcome to the fine, soothing voice of John G. Dooley.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. Maiden filly sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 8, Crackle. Number 8, Crackle, has been scratched. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4. Sloppy track it remains. 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2 minutes time. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden filly sprint on a sloppy track starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute on the clock. Making an equipment adjustment for number 5, No Hard Feelings at the sprint start. There's No Hard Feelings. The horses are approaching the starting gate. No Hard Feelings, the first to arrive. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. First up, the newcomer Estrella de Mar, Felix Ostadillo riding for the opening double on the card. Cesar Orantes, No Hard Feelings first in. Estrella de Mar joins. Now Simmer Bermudez with Proud Words. Fernando de la Cruz, Ride is coming up. Here's Ride moving into the gate. Mitchell Murrow, first time starter, Maze and Money. Maze and Money, given a 10-1 chance on the Central Banker filly. Maze and Money has joined up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with She's a Dragon Lady. Even Money on She's a Dragon Lady. One more. Danilo Grasales Raves. The 7-time started Rosie Cotton. Main track remains legal. Sloppy, second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. She's a Dragon Lady comes out breathing fire. Good start for Rosie Cotton. Maze and Money in the white cap is right there pursuing. And here's nearest the inside, Estrella de Mar with her bid. She's a Dragon Lady. She's a Dragon Lady leads them for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., tracked by Rosie Cotton. Estrella de Mar is right there toward the rail. Here's Proud Words, who's making headway now from 4th. On the outside, No Hard Feelings is running in 5th at the 3.5. Then Maze and Money toward the inside and behind fillies, and Ride trails here through the goo at the shoe. The quarter in 22.46 seconds, inside 3 furlongs left. She's a Dragon Lady leads them toward the quarter pole by 3/4 length. Rosie Cotton staying near to She's a Dragon Lady as they come toward the top of the stretch, with Proud Words running in 3rd. Estrella de Mar, No Hard Feelings, right on the far outside, and Maze and Money. These maiden fillies Straights it away, half mile, 45.81 seconds. Top of the lane, it's She's a Dragon Lady. She's a Dragon Lady is kicking away from Rosie Cotton by 5 growing lengths as Proud Words continues to charge. Rosie Cotton is now back to third, then No Hard Feelings and Ride next. They're near home. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and She's a Dragon Lady. She's a Dragon Lady with enough left in the tank to best Proud Words by 3. Rosie Cotton was third. Ride back and forth. .112.28 on the sloppy track. 112.28, 6, 4, 7, 2. Maiden Filly Sprint, first number 6, She's a Dragon Lady. At 6-5, favorite takes out the maiden. Over 4, Proud Words. 7-2 on the debuting runner-up. 7, Rosie Cotton. 4-1 third, and there's 2 Ride. At 6-1 getting into the frame. Hold all bets until official. She's a Dragon Lady. Daughter of Not This Time comes in from Florida to win at 6-5, the favorite home. The result of the second race, Maiden Filly Sprint, official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 6. She's a Dragon Lady with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. She's a Dragon Lady is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Not This Time. Out of the Uncle Mo mare, Stats in Gold. Jeff Hales trains for West Coast Equine. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of She's a Dragon Lady. Came out breathing fire in the Maiden Filly Sprint. $6-4 exacta, $18.40, 50-cent trifecta. 6-4-7, $13.55. A pair of 6s for the first double, combining Ice Express with She's a Dragon Lady. The opening double paid $14.20 with Ride fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 6-4-7-2, paid $7.88. In race 2, the 8 Crackle was a non-runner. Favorite first, 7 face starter Ray Kuick, 112.28, sloppy track. Race 3 next on the docket. In the sprint, take out the 3 Yolo Santiago. 3 Yolo Santiago has been scratched. Exacted trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 on a sloppy track. Post time 3:13. From Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the gate. And they're off. She's a Dragon Lady, comes out breathing fire. Good start for Rosie Cotton. Maze and Money in the white cap is right there pursuing. And here's Nearest the inside, Estrella De Mar with her bid at She's a Dragon Lady. She's a Dragon Lady leads them for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., tracked by Rosie Cotton. Estrella De Mar is right there toward the rail. Here's Proud Words, who's making headway now from fourth. On the outside, No Hard Feelings is running in fifth at the 3.5. Then Maze and Money toward the inside and behind Phillies, and Ride trails here through the goo at the shoe. The quarter in 22.46 seconds, inside 3 furlongs left. She's a Dragon Lady leads them toward the quarter pole by 3/4 length. Rosie Cotton staying near to She's a Dragon Lady as they come toward the top of the stretch, with Proud Words running in third. Estrella De Mar, No Hard Feelings, right on the far outside, and Maze and Money. These maiden fillies straighten away, half mile, 45.81 seconds. Top of the lane, it's She's a Dragon Lady. She's a Dragon Lady is kicking away from Rosie Cotton by 5 growing lengths as Proud Words continues to charge. Rosie Cotton is now back to third, then No Hard Feelings and Ride next. They're near home. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and She's a Dragon Lady. She's a Dragon Lady with enough left in the tank to best Proud Words by 3. Rosie Cotton was third. Ride back and forth. From
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
To race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we've got a 3-year-old up claiming for 7,500, 6 furlongs on the slop today. The 3 is out of here, and we've got a 6-horse field, still a good one, and a couple of inside horses interest me in here, but the 2 is who I am going to go with on top, and it is a Faithful Ruler. The 2 is 4-1 right now here on the tote board. Rodney Prescott is aboard for James Watkins. This is a 6-year-old gelding. These are older. He knows what he's doing. Indian Dirt. He has gone back and forth between Oaklawn, Fairgrounds, Hawthorne. They ship him a little bit all over. But he recently ran in an allowance optional, claiming this horse is just a need the lead type. He's going to send every time. And then you kind of got to figure out how you're going to keep him on task. If he gets wide, it doesn't really ever fare well for him. But he's dropping down in class. This is his second start off the layoff. He's obviously going from allowance all the way down to 7,500. I don't think he's been down this low ever. No, he hasn't. And he also has a nice workout on May 27th, a bullet drill to be exact, as well. So early speed holds up on slop. Look at the sun coming up, trying to get us to muddy here. We'll see if it can. Faithful Rulers, who I'm going to go with on top. And then the 5, that is El Rocio. The 5 is 9-2 right now. El Rocio gets Fernando de la Cruz aboard for Michelle Elliott. And she's gotten off to a really nice start to the meet. Fernando as well, 20% win clip, 42% the money. He's one of our top jockeys. This is one that's coming off a win recently in a condition, claiming for 10 here at 5.5 or 6 today. 2 of his 3 wins have been at the distance of 6 furlongs. Of their last 5 they've had together, Fernando and Michelle have had 2 wins as well together. He rides really well for Michelle. He really rides well all the time, and put up an 80 Brisnet speed figure. I mean, come on, you can't ignore that on the 5. And then let's go to the 1, keeping it classy. Mitchell Merle with a nice win yesterday. He's got a good shot today. A nice mounts today on the card. He's riding for Tim Eggleston, for our top trainers. This 9-year-old gelding by Stay Thirsty knows his way around the Indiana dirt. 25 of his 35 starts have been on the Indiana dirt. And he's got 9 wins. He's been down in this bottom level condition, and it helps. I mean, he came out 2025 on debut April 22nd, was second, and then he came out on May 6th and won. So he's got the inside. He's not bad on the inside at all. He was at the 4 hole when he won last time, but he's been on the inside and ran well. This horse is kind of a press the pace, set off kind of guy, but he won from on the pace last time, set the pace, gate to wire. So just knows his job. He knows what he's out here trying to do. And he's got nice speed at today's distance of 6 furlongs last time, putting up a 75. And I already told you these 2 together, Tim and Mitchell, are crushing it. But to be exact, in their last 8, they've been 7 in the money finishes together. 7 of 8 in the money, I'll take it on the Mitchell and Tim angle. 2-5-1 for me here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in this 3rd race. Don't forget, 4th race does start the late Fire 5 that B will go over here shortly after this one. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track here for the third race. This sprint carted over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. The main track remains labeled Sloppy. Scratch 3 Yolo Santiago from the sprint. Scratch the number 3 Yolo Santiago. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to the sprint. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Last out winner, keeping it classy. Mitchell Morrill for Tim Eggleston with the rail draw. Keeping it classy. Rodney Prescott, Faithful Ruler joins, keeping it classy. In the true center gate. Manny Escobar with Alto Road. Fernando de la Cruz with El Rosilo. So last out winner here for Michelle Elliott. White dots on the black sleeves with El Rosilo. Just a couple to back. Me and Chile. Brittany Truxtell claims a 10-pound apprentice allowance. At 6 furlongs, one more. Apprentice Joseph Romero with Parker. Track here remains labeled sloppy. All in line. And they're off. Off to an even start while keeping it classy, drifts back toward last. Faithful Ruler sharply away for Rodney Prescott. So Faithful Ruler has the 6-year-old speed to lead. Alto Road who pursues, keeping it classy, third toward the inside for the run toward the half-mile pole. A break of 2 more. On the outside is Me and Chile in the green silkson cap, who is joined underneath by El Rosilo, making a bid, and a break of 2 more to Parker, who trails after a couple of furlongs here on the wet track as they round the far turn, the quarter, 22.30 seconds, 3 furlongs in front of Faithful Ruler. So with Rodney, Faithful Ruler cutting out the fractions from Alto Road, who's looking to inch in as they make their run toward the quarter pole. To the inside, right there is keeping it classy, vying for third with wide Me and Chile. Then comes El Rosilo, and Parker is last. Heads are turned for home. Alto Road takes a crack at Faithful Ruler. Into the sloppy stretch, half mile, 45.60 seconds. Alto Road has forged ahead. 1 furlong to go. It's Alto Road slightly shifting in. Faithful Ruler toward the inside, keeping it classy, gamely. On the outside, Me and Chile. And then Parker and Del Rosilo is last. They're near home with Manny Escobar. Alto Road is kept to the mission and just holds, keeping it classy. Alto Road finishes on top by a length to keeping it classy. Faithful Ruler third, drifted, and Me and Chile finished fourth near the standside rail. One 11.31 on the sloppy track. 111.31 on official. 4-1-2-6-4 Alto Road. At 9-5 gets the result. Over 1 keeping it classy. 6-1 second game effort. 4-1 the 2 Faithful Ruler. At 2-1 odds third, and 6 Me and Chile. 2-1 fourth. Manny Escobar for Cipriano Contreras, the son of Army Mule. At 9-5, Alto Road, the favorite obliges. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Alto Road with Manny Esquivel. Alto Road is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Army Mule. At a Field of Flowers by City Zip, the now 4-time winner. Racing for David Rodriguez's Victory Stables LLC. A victory for Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Alto Road. It was the 9-5 favorite. Official. The 4-1 exacta returned $36.60. First pick 3 on the card. 6 with the 6 and/or 8 with the 3 and/or 4 Alto Road. Pick 3 paid $12.75. Ice Express to She's a Dragon Lady to Alto Road. The pick 3 winners. 50-cent trifecta 412, $32.90. 6-4 double, $18.40. And the 10-cent superfecta coming back. The 10-cent superfecta with me and Chili 4th. That superfecta pays $13.99. In the sprint, the 3 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 6 ran. Sloppy track. It remains 111.31 after the running of race 3. 23 minutes away from the 4th. In the next sprint, there are no changes. All 9 run. No changes in race 4 of today's 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 started the 50-cent, late pick 5. As we've noted, all main track card off the turf. And the main track will keep you updated. The main track remains labeled sloppy. The 4th race scheduled at 3:45. Just to remind all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live race card here tomorrow. You can watch and wager on the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and stakes action from the Belmont at Saratoga Belmont Stakes Racing Meeting. Tomorrow here, First Floor OTB open. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Saturday, a live racing card here, plus the simulcast of the Belmont Stakes from the Belmont meeting at Saratoga. Hope you can join us here for a Saturday live card kicking off at 10:45 a.m. And they're off. Off to an even start while keeping it classy, drifts back toward last. Faithful Ruler sharply away for Rodney Prescott. So Faithful Ruler has the 6-year-old speed to lead. Alto Road, who pursues, keeping it classy, third toward the inside for the run toward the half-mile pole. A break of 2 more. On the outside is Me and Chili in the green silk sun cap, who's joined underneath by El Rosilo, making a bid. And a break of 2 more to Parker, who trails after a couple of furlongs here on the wet track. As they round the far turn, the quarter, 22.30 seconds, 3 furlongs in front of Faithful Ruler. So with Rodney, Faithful Ruler cutting out the fractions from Alto Road, who's looking to inch in as they make their run toward the quarter pole. To the inside, right there is keeping it classy, vying for third with wide Me and Chili. Then comes El Rosilo, and Parker is last. Heads are turned for home. Alto Road takes a crack at Faithful Ruler. Into the sloppy stretch, half mile, 45.60 seconds. Alto Road has forged ahead. 1 furlong to go. It's Alto Road slightly shifting in. Faithful Ruler toward the inside, keeping it classy, gamely. On the outside, Me and Chili. And then Parker and Del Rosilo is last. They're near home with Manny Esquivel. Alto Road is kept to the mission and just holds, keeping it classy. Alto Road finishes on top by a length to keeping it classy. Faithful Ruler third, drift. And they're off.
Through the first three races, a little bit chalky. Our biggest payout thus far, $560, but only the early pick three. I project that this will change going into this late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, regardless of whether it's the early pick 5 or the late Fire 5, one of the lowest takeouts in the nation. And I think the chalk parade is about to come to an end, because let alone it's hard enough to find the winner in this race, let alone identify who's going to be the likely chalk when we do go to the post just 11 minutes from now. No scratches, no changes. State-bred claimers going 5.5 furlongs over a sloppy racetrack, and as you can tell, a very even betting board at this point. I'm hopeful to get a little bit closer to that 9-2 morning line. On number 3, Tail Lights for the Lauer gang. They own, train, and bred this 5-year-old by alternation, who has 3 wins with 5 third-place finishes from 17 starts and goes second start off of the long layoff. They made their 2025 debut here on April 24th and lost to CJ Storm. Well, you may see that italicized CJ Storm in the racing form. That's because CJ Storm actually exited that non-winners of 4 to go to stakes competition yesterday and took home a $100,000 stakes race. So even though they finished 5th and were off the board at 7-2, they ran against a horse who was going in the right direction and is now a stakes winner in CJ Storm. I think Taillights has a lot of upside. Second start off the layoff. The Lauers don't always have them cranked and fully fit, ready to go off the long layoff. And I like that Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., despite that 5th place finish, does stay on. I think we'll see a much better Tail Lights today, who's certainly going in the right direction, gets a little class relief as well, and is in a good spot to get win number 4, mostly because there's a ton of speed in here. There is a lot of pace, and Tail Lights should get first run on what could be some tiring closers. But zapping it in post position number 6 is also second start off the layoff. Rogelio Labra's luck is bound to change. He's been knocking on the door. Despite only 1 victory from 27 starts this season, he does have 10 second and third place finishes. His horses are running very well. They're just not getting the win. The lone win came with zapping it. This guy who went awfully quick on the front end and never looked like a loser. He broke sharp, went right to the lead, and never turned back. He was bet down to 3-5 that day. You saw your second place finisher, Me and Chili, did come back to win. Also ran okay, got bet heavily in our previous race at 2-1. I think Zappin' It is the quickest of this group, the 4-time winner, looking for already a second winner of the season in here. Burgos gets aboard. Santos Sanger opts elsewhere as Burgos picks up the mountain. Hopefully it's a winning one, as these two vying for favoritism, but maybe the best value of the race could come from Caboose for Dennis Cluley, as he owns and trains Fernando de la Cruz, is going to be aboard in here, and he's looking to push that win percentage back up over 20%. Third start off the layoff, ships in from Mountaineer, a horse who has been running very well at Mountaineer. Got the job done last time, was bet down to 6-5 in a 6-horse field. Broke alertly, drew off, and never looked like a loser. That was in the mud, and it was also going 5 furlongs. Caboose has been known to love the mud. 2 of his 3 victories have come in the slop, so it's really no surprise that he was dominant just a couple of weeks ago over at Mountaineer. But we'll see how that form ships over to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He does have 2 victories here at Horseshoe Indy, so a horse who's not new to the circuit, has certainly been here in the past. Last season, not a lot to go off when they're at Horseshoe Indianapolis, because they were running in much tougher spots than you'll see today. They were at the allowance ranks, knocking heads with some hard foes in Spot On Justice, Rock the Red, and Good Forever as well. So Caboose getting a little class relief off of a win, should be feeling his oats right now, 8-1 on the board. But let's take a look at a tricky late Fire 5. I think this late Fire 5 is going to pay very well. It's difficult to narrow it down and find a single. Many people are going to be singling the number 5 in race number 5. I'm going to go too deep in there, try and get a little creative and use both the 3 and the 5. In race number 6, that is the 15, not the 1 and the 5. It's the 15 who does draw in off the also eligibles list. It's Jim Edgar's Ryan's Wish, the 3-year-old making his second career start for Aaron West and Samuel Bermudez. They were almost a winner at 22-1 on debut, but they ran into Woodaz, who had an experience edge, showed good speed, tracked the 1-2 favorite, and I thought stayed on very willingly. Does have to deal with Bourbon Curiosity, who beat him on debut. But I was impressed that Ryan's Wish willingly chased your 1-2 favorite, who did draw away to win by 6 that day. But tactical speed draws the outside. I like the post, should be plenty fit. Post position number 15 doesn't bother me much, if at all, with 4 or 5 scratches in that race. So certainly a single in what is a very, very challenging late fire 5 sequence. We've got some excellent betting opportunities. It starts in race number 4. You've got lukewarm favoritism right now in the 4th race. I think the 5th race could potentially have a vulnerable favorite. Everyone's going to single the 5 in the 5th race. I think there's some others that you can maybe take a look at. 5 doing something that he's trying to have success for the first time in his career, and that's go around 2 turns. You've got excellent betting opportunities in that late daily double in the 7th and the 8th race. And our pools have been good, been paying very generous, regardless of some favorites coming home to score. All you got to do is beat one horse that not many people were able to find, and all of a sudden you're bringing home thousands of dollars. We've seen it consistently all meet long here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The riders are set to get the leg up. They'll be at the gate 5 minutes from now, and we're at the midway point of the card.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This race was carded for the main track at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 9. No changes, all 9 run. Main track remains labeled sloppy. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start here of the 50-cent late fire 5. All main track card. Once again, the 7th race is off the turf. Race 7 to be run on the main track. The maiden at 5 furlongs. Track sloppy, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5, all main track card. And once again, the main track remains labeled sloppy. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Andres Aloa with Spoke. Samir Bermudez, Flower Pecker coming up. Joins Spoke. Ship Shape. Felix Ostadillo on the first on the card. Now Alberto Burgos with Zappin' drew 6-year-old 9-run. Tail lights, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. riding for a double on the day. Jose Gutierrez with Good Sugar. Now Evan Roman, Bella's Prayer coming up. Just a couple of them back. Fernando de la Cruz with Caboose. Last out winner at the Royal Mountain, and one more. Joe Ramos with Mr. Negativity. Start here, the 50-cent late pick 5, all main track card, and we remain labeled sloppy. They're in the game. And the Roth. Mr. Negativity was real slow to go. Zappin' It broke sharp. Zappin' It. There's Flower Pecker with an early bid. And Caboose in the white cap also showing that speed. It's a mad dash. The 11-time winner, Flower Pecker, has emerged with a very slight lead. Nearest the inside is Spoke, who's come on through now to vie for it with Flower Pecker going past the half-mile pole. Zappin' It's with them. Then comes Caboose now back in 4th as they round the far turn. Taillights in 5th. Good Sugar is 6th. Mr. Negativity 7th and looking to make up for lost time on the far outside as they round the far turn. Bella's Prayer and Ship Shape trails. The quarter was 22.16 seconds. Here's the quarter pole, and it's Zappin' It with a sweep. Zappin' It comes to take on Flower Pecker and Spoke with the rail. Heads are turned for home. Caboose straightened away in 4th, and taillights in the green cap. Into the stretch. Here's the inside. It's Spoke. Gamely for Andres Aloa. Spoke in on the outside. Here's Zappin' It, who's charging hard for Alberto Burgos. They'll settle it past the 16th. Flower Pecker's been left back, and then taillights running on into 3rd. It's Zappin' It, and Zappin' It at 4-5. The favorite home by 2. Spoke was tracked down by Zappin' It. Taillights 3rd, and Flower Pecker holds Good Sugar for 4th position. .104.25 after the sprint. 104.25 seconds unofficial. 6:1:356 Zappin' It. At 4-5 repeats at the meet. One Spoke, 13-1 on the runner-up. A gap away, 3 Taillights, 6-1. Green, white, diamond belt, and a green cap into third. 5 Flower Pecker at 7-2 fourth, ahead of Good Sugar. Ship Shape past Tired Rivals, 104.25. Alberto Burgos for Rogelio Labra, the son of Skylord, zapping it at 4-5. And odds-on favorite starts the late Fire 5. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, race 4 official, the 6, Zappin' It, with Alberto Burgos. Zappin' It is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Skylord. And a Zap Now by Ghost Zapper. Rogelio Labra trains the now 5-time winner. And repeat meet winner for Juan de la Cruz. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Bruce Murphy. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the sprint winner, the connections of Zappin' It. 50-cent pick 3 paid $8.05. The 6-1 exacta, $31.20. 50-cent trifecta, 6-1-3, $32.70. 4-6 double paid $14.60. And the 10-cent superfecta, 6-1-3-5 for the 10-cent superfecta result, netting $16.58. So the sprint favorite was first. All 9 ran, 104.25. A couple of claims out of the 4th. One Spoke was the runner-up. Spoke for $7,500 over to new owner Kevin Stedman. Trainer Jose Camejo claimed the One Spoke was the runner-up in 104.25 and claimed 3. Taillights ran third. Taillights for $7,500 claimed by new owner Joshua Galindo. Trainer Vamaxco Torres claimed Taillights away. In the 5th race, 21 minutes away from the maiden. Scratch the 2, Chanakee, 8, Gimmel, and the 10, All Kinds of Trouble. Scratch the 2, 8, and 10 from the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, starts with a $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. On a main track that remains labeled sloppy. Post time will be at 4:16. And the Roth. Mr. Negativity was real slow to go. Zappin' It broke sharp. Zappin' It. There's Flower Pecker with an early bid. And Caboose in the white cap also showing that speed. It's a mad dash. The 11-time winner, Flower Pecker, has emerged with a very slight lead. Nearest the inside is Spoke, who's come on through now to vie for it with Flower Pecker going past the half-mile pole. Zappin' It's with them. Then comes Caboose, now back in 4th as they round the far turn. Taillights in 5th. Good Sugar is 6th. Mr. Negativity 7th, and looking to make up for lost time on the far outside as they round the far turn. Bella's Prayer and Ship Shape trails. The quarter was 22.16 seconds. Here's the quarter pole, and it's Zappin' It with a sweep. Zappin comes to take on Flower Pecker and Spoke with the rail. Heads are turned for home. Caboose straightened away in fourth, and Taillights in the green cap. Into the stretch. Here's the inside. It's Spoke. Gamely for Andre Zaloa. Spoke in on the outside. Here's Zappin who's charging hard for Alberto Burgos. They'll settle it past the 16th. Flower Pecker's been left back, and then Taillights running on into third. It's Zappin and Zappin at 4-5. The favorite home by 2. Spoke was tracked down by Zappin. Taillights third, and Flower Pecker holds good.
12 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I got to give a shout out to my guys Hammer and Nigel here from 93.1 WIBC. They're over in the sports book. If you guys get done watching the racing, you want to go check out Hammer and Nigel. They're doing a watch party for the Pacers game 1 against OKC tonight. Very excited. Let's talk about, though, this 5th race as it does start the late Itoba Pick 4. Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association is a wonderful group to be a part of. And their horses and the supplements that our owners get definitely are worth it. So check them out. This is a sequence that I thought was going to get scratched down more, but we really didn't have too bad of a deal here. Let's start it with a maiden claiming for 15. Got a couple of maidens here to kick off the sequence. All the way into race 7, and then finally we got a straight claiming in our last leg of that. So like John said today during the pre-race show, all maidens for me today on my pick 4 ticket. 5, 6, 11 are my top selections in this race. The 5 right now, the current 4 to 5 favorite, Bozano in the paddock there, looking alert and ready to go, about to get the saddle on. This is a 4-year-old gelding who last out on May 15th was in the same class, finally dropped down, had been in maiden special weight ranks, and it's just pretty obvious that this guy needed a little class relief. So they put Marcelino on him. They put him down in maiden claiming for 5 at 5.5, and he ended up second. Now he's got Marcelino back up, and they're going to go 2 turns. This horse has ran 2 turns before, but it was on grass. So he has ran when it was taken off at a mile on an off track, but both of those weren't very good. However, we'll see what happens today. He's running on the slop. He's ran all right on the slop before, just not 2 turns. So see what happens in this race, but with that flash of early speed and setting the pace last time, today he potentially could get a hold of the lead and do well, as it has just started raining again. So there goes my hopes at any of a drying out track. Dreaming Bro is who I'm going to go with next. It's 7 to 1. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard in this race for Jose Cazares. This is a barn change. First time with Jose as the trainer here in this race, and also first time at a route. So we're switching it all up here, ladies and gentlemen. Fernando looking for his first one on the card. If I have this race my way, Marcelino will be looking at a double here, but same class as last time, first time at a route, and this horse put up a nice work last time out, coming into this race on May 24th. Then I'm going to round it out with the 11. The 11 is 9 to 1 right now on the tote board, and that is Roca Dora. Roca Dora gets Felix Astudillo. He won the opener, so he's also looking for a double here. Israel Garcia not only trains but owns this 3-year-old gelding, making his 9th lifetime start. He's out of 3rd place finish to his credit, and guess what? That was at today's class of maiden claiming for 15. Now, it was at 6 furlongs. He has ran a route a couple of times, nothing of note for sure. Definitely did not like the grass. But I thought this would be a good one to throw in, especially since we've got an even money on top with my top selection of the 5. Bozano. That's who I'm going to go with in this 5th race. And don't forget to play my ticket. It's on my tip sheet. We'll put it up on the graphics. It's a $54 play. In the 6th race, I went 10, 12, 15, which is a maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs. Jackson's buddy, Manny and Sippy team up, uncle and nephew. This horse getting another sloppy track, but did well. That was the best race that horse had ever run last time, and it was after a hard bump. Ended up overcoming that and getting 3rd. The 12 Bourbon Curiosity, Miguel Silva. This horse has been close in a couple of races. Also ran well on the slop last time out. And then Ryan's wish draws into the next race. A 3-year-old gelding who's making his 2nd lifetime start and was 3rd on debut. In the 7th race, in this 2-year-old race, babies, I went all. It's just one of those races that you could close your eyes, throw a dart at the board, and you got a shot in here. Anna Mia's horse looks interesting. I like the 3 as a long shot. Miss Clark from Mike Evans' stable. Rolando Aragon is aboard. The 2, Super Patchy, looks interesting, as well as the 4. Chamonix Asmussen, obviously with the red hot Ramos on top. And then in the last leg, I went 1-7 for a $54 ticket. Be sure to get your tickets in for the late Itoba pick 4. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for race 5. The maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 8. Scratch 2, Chanakee. 8, Gimmel, and take out the 10, All Kinds of Trouble. Sloppy Track, scratch 2, 8, into the number 10. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. All main track card, main track sloppy, and closer to a start. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented here by Itoba. Sloppy Track, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Andres Aloha with Crab Crunch. Fernando de la Cruz, Dreaming Bro. Sammy Bermudez with Get Me 1-2. 6-time started last season. Get Me 1-2. Brittany Truxtell with Hyperion Bridge in. Now Joe Ramos with My Miley's Vow. Against the wind, Cesar Orantes claims a 10-pound apprentice allowance. Now Marcelino Pedroso Jr., Bozano, even money on Bozano. Over the 1 mile and 70 yards and one more. Rocadora, Felix Astudillo on the Thursday score sheet. They're off. Even start. Get Me 1-2. Broke alertly with Bozano, and there's Dreaming Bro in the red cap. Hyperion Bridge with My Miley's Vow, Against the Wind, Rocadora, and Crab Crunch as they enter the first turn. Bozano nearest the inside. First run of 2025 for Get Me 1-2, who takes the early lead for Sammy Bermudez. At the 6.5, Get Me 1-2 leads Dreaming Bro with Bozano in the black cap taken back. Against the Wind strides up on the outside. Hyperion Bridge now through into fourth. So Bozano's in fifth as they reach the backstretch. Then it's a break of 6 more to My Miley's Vow, who in turn has 3 more on the trailers, Rocadora with Crab Crunch. The opening quarter in 23.94 seconds. Get Me 1-2. So Get Me 1-2 making his 4-year-old season a bow. He leads to a half mile from home. In front by a length to Dreaming Bro staying close. Hyperion Bridge is just in third from Against the Wind. Bozano fifth on the far outside. Bozano some 7 lengths off this leader. Get Me 1-2 as they enter the far turn. The trailer's My Miley Vow with Crab Crunch, and on the outside, Rocadora. Half mile 48.28 seconds. Get Me 1-2 by a half length. Dreaming Bro is right there close up. Poised to strike for Fernando de la Cruz. Inside 3 to go. Dreaming Bro and Get Me 1-2 coming past the quarter pole. Bozano's drawing in. Then farther back to My Miley's Vow on the far outside with in between horses. Crab Crunch toward the inside. Hyperion Bridge has dropped back. Rocadora and Against the Wind is last. These maidens have straightened away. It's Dreaming Bro. Takes the lead with 1 furlong to go. Dreaming Bro up by 3. On the outside is Bozano, who is inclined to lug in. Nearest the inside, Get Me 1-2. Then My Miley's Vow and Hyperion Bridge. With Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro gets the result by 3.5 from Bozano, the runner-up. Get Me 1-2 was third, well clear. My Miley's Vow back and forth. .144.05 after the maiden. Unofficial, race 5, 6-5-3-4, the order 6. Dreaming Bro at 8-5 first. 5, Bozano at 7-5. The favorite was the runner-up. 3, Get Me 1-2. 6-1 third in his 4-year-old seasonal bow. And fourth to number 4, My Miley's Vow, who gets into the frame at 7-1 odds. 6, Dreaming Bro takes it out. Fernando de la Cruz for Jose Cazares. Cazares Racing Stables LLC, Rene Cazares. Dreaming Bro off the mark in his 6th maiden start. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 6, Dreaming Bro, out to the maiden ranks under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro is a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Always Dreaming out of the Carpe Diem mare Coita. Jose Cazares trains for Rene Cazares Racing Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dreaming Bro. Paid 8-5 was the second choice. 6-5 exacta, $13 even. The 50-cent trifecta, 6-5-3, $10.95. 6-6 double paid $17.20. With My Miley's Vow fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 6-5-3-4 paid $6.16. 50-cent pick 3, $11.60. 50-cent early pick 5, first the dollar early pick 4 result. That nets $56.60 on 4 of 4. The 50-cent early pick 5 daily starts on the first. 5 of 5 for an even $114. In the maiden, the 2, 8, and 10 were the non-runners. Favorite, second. 8 ran, sloppy track, 144.05 after race 5. Race 6, our next port of call. Maiden sprint. Scratch the 7, Fervent Prayer. 9, Army Fever. Take out 13, You Got Gold, and 14, The Irish Ranter. 15, Ryan's Wish draws in. Opens at 9-2. Ryan's Wish, the 15 runs. Scratch 7, 9, 13, and the number 14 from the race card, and a jockey change for number 5, TV Victory. Joseph Romero rides number 5, TV Victory. The weight's correct. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here comes the 10-cent grand high 5. First pentafecta featured on the day. On the maiden sprint, double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:50. Thursday score sheet. They're off. Even start. Get Me 1-2. Broke alertly with Bozano, and there's Dreaming Bro in the red cap. Hyperion Bridge with My Miley's Vow against the wind. Rocadora and Crab Crunch as they enter the first turn. Bozano nearest the inside. First run of 2025 for Get Me 1-2, who takes the early lead for Sammy Bermudez. At the 6.5, Get Me 1-2 leads Dreaming Bro with Bozano in the black cap taken back. Against the wind strides up on the outside. Hyperion Bridge now through into 4th. So Bozano's in 5th as they reach the backstretch. Then it's a break of 6 more to My Miley's Vow, who in turn has 3 more on the trillers, Rocadora with Crab Crunch. The opening quarter in 23.94 seconds. Get Me 1-2. So Get Me 1-2 making his 4-year-old season a bow. He leads to a half mile from home. In front by length to Dreaming Bro staying close. Hyperion Bridge is just in 3rd from Against the Wind. Bozano 5th on the far outside. Bozano some 7 lengths off this leader. Get Me 1-2 as they enter the far turn. The trailers My Miley Vow with Crab Crunch, and on the outside, Rocadora. Half mile, 48.28 seconds. Get Me 1-2 by a half length. Dreaming Bro is right there close up. Poised to strike for Fernando de la Cruz. Inside 3 to go. Dreaming Bro and Get Me 1-2 coming past the quarter pole. Bozano's drawing in. Then farther back to My Miley's Vow on the far outside with in between horses. Crab Crunch toward the inside. Hyperion Bridge has dropped back. Rocadora and Against the Wind is last. These maidens have straightened away. It's Dreaming Bro takes the lead with 1 furlong to go. Dreaming Bro up by 3. On the outside is Bozano, who's inclined to lug in. Nearest the inside, Get Me 1-2, then My Miley's Vow and Hyperion Bridge. With Fernando de la Cruz, Dreaming Bro gets the result by 3.5 from Bozano, the runner-up. Get Me 1-2 was third, well clear. My Molly's Vow back and forth. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. taking off his remaining 3 mounts here on today's racing card. Noting in this upcoming 6th race, number 8, Taylor's Moonshine, there will be a jockey change to be announced for the 8 Taylor's Moonshine in the 6th race maiden. In the 7th race, that off the turf, maiden on the main track at 5 furlongs in the 7th race, number 5, Mescool. A jockey change to be announced for the 5 Mescool. And looking at race 8, 5 Costly Pass, again a jockey change to be announced For the 5 costly pass in race 8, Marcelino Padrones Jr. taking off his mounts in races 6, 7, and 8. Stand by for rider changes in those races.
If you failed to see Dreaming Bro going off at 8-5, welcome to the club, because I did not see that horse at 8-5 either, but comes home an easy winner as your clear second choice. A great ride by Fernando de la Cruz. He sits right off the flank of the long shot, powers home a winner in the slop, and I do think that 8-5 is going to play a lot bigger than the win payout did when it comes to the horizontals in here, because that one was sneaky. Projected to go off at 3-1, goes off at 8-5 and comes home a winner. But let's crown another maiden in here for race number 6. The also eligible draws in and will stay in this race. It's Ryan's Wish for Jim Edgar, his homebred, making the second career start and chased home who I believe to be a very good one on debut, and Woodaz showed good speed, tracking your 1-2 favorite, and I thought stayed on very admirably that day. Fought on for a third place finish. Did lose to Bourbon Curiosity in that race, but I thought ran a great, it was a good debut. Didn't get bet at all. Went off at 22-1, was a fairly big number, and just simply couldn't stay with your heavily backed favorite. Should be more fit today and should be a little bit stronger as well. Second start, second time in the slop as well, and I really think that Ryan's Wish comes home to score at 3-1. A great value player in here. Sammy Bermudez going to be calling the shots just as he did on debut. Don't see saddlecloth number 15 very often, but you'll see it today in the 6th right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to stay on the outside trend, but with those 4 scratches down on the inside, it's not as big of a deal. But Jackson's Buddy is another homebred for Keith Johns. Manny Esquivel sees fit to call the shots in here for Cipriano Contreras. A 3-year-old gelding by Cupid is 0-for-4 lifetime with a third-place finish. Another who exits a race in the slop, going 6 furlongs, but this is one that took on older last time out. Had to take on older competition, so that third-place finish even a little bit better than it looks. Also going 6 furlongs, now back to 5.5 furlongs. Cipriano Contreras, Manny Esquivel. Jockey-trainer combination, you hear me talk a lot about it. It's the real deal. They win at 21%, and they do so for a reason. This horse overlay has been knocking on the door, got better with last start, has been significantly better as a 3-year-old than they were at 2, and I'm confident that this horse will break through at the maiden special weight level. Whether it's today or not is yet to be seen, but you don't get these connections very often at 7-1. The 12 actually beat the top selection last time out, and it goes out for Miguel Angel Silva, known around Canterbury Park as the Thumbs Up Gang. He teams up with Hidden Creek Farm in here with the Alola in the saddle. The 3-year-old gelding by Tom's d'Etat chased home a good one last summer. July 29th, lost to Large Pour and got action 4-1. This is a horse that got bet at 2 and came back and got bet at 3 years old as well. So a lot of people have thought Bourbon Curiosity has shown talent, has taken some action right in the face of steamy horses like Large Pour. Gizzoli actually exited that maiden special weight race to become a stakes winner, and your third-place finisher, El Rocky, went on to win next out as well. So maybe the most live baby race of the season last year was July 29th. Then went to the shelf, was never seen again, came back in a 10-horse field, took a little bit of action. 5-1 on the board, moved up well midway through the turn, and stayed on very willingly. I think deserves a long look and actually beat home your favorite in this spot. 7-2 on the board. It's going to be the 3 outside runners for me in this spot, but another wide open maiden special weight event. We'll see if the late money comes in yet again, like Dreaming Bro, who blew up my tickets in race number 5, but you can start again anew in here with pentafectas, superfectas, trifectas, daily doubles, or rolling pick 3s. Whatever fits your fancy, as we're 6 minutes away from the 6th at the shoe.
Ladies and gentlemen, for information in this upcoming 6th race with 6 minutes to post time, we now have a late jockey change to announce for the 8 Taylor's Moonshine. Make the jockey Brittany Truxtell. The weight's correct. Brittany Truxtell will ride number 8, Taylor's Moonshine. Again, just a note, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. off his mounts here in race 6 and in the 7th and 8th today. Those other jockey changes, 7th race 5, Mescool to be announced. Race 8-5, Costly Pass, also to be announced. Brittany Truxtell rides 8, Taylor's Moonshine here in the maiden. horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs with a field of 11. Scratch the 7, Fervent Prayer. 9, Army Fever. 13, You Got Gold. And take out number 14, the Irish Ranter. Jockey changes. 5, TV Victory. Earlier announced to Joseph Romero. The weight's corrected, 124. Joseph Romero handles the reins on 5, TV Victory. 8, Teller's Moonshine. That late jockey change again to Brittany Truxtell. The weight's okay at 120. Brittany Truxtell on 8, Teller's Moonshine. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5, double pick 3, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Argyle Max. Taylor's Moonshine. Brittany Truxtell rides Taylor's Moonshine next to Hank's a Tank. Loading here for Maiden. David's Creed. Alberto Burgos with a win on the card. Toy's Troubled Hero joins up. Jackson's Buddy, Amazing Mike. Now Mitchell Morrow with Amigo Meister drew 4. Anthony Zaloa with Bourbon Curiosity. Joseph Romero here's TV Victory. Now Bourbon Curiosity. At 5.5 furlongs on the sloppy track. One more, Sammy Bermudez with Ryan's Wish. 2-1 favorite. Ryan's Wish was third here on sloppy track debut. They are in the gate. The starter to his spot, picks up the trigger, ready, off. Fast start for TV Victory. Right there, Taylor's Moonshine with an early bid for Brittany Truxtell. And it's on the outside, also right there is Bourbon Curiosity. So Taylor's Moonshine has taken the lead, challenged by Bourbon Curiosity in the black cap, and Ryan's Wish follows on the far outside with a bid toward the inside. TV Victory fourth and in tight quarters at the 3.5. Hank's the Tank is running in fifth. And then on the outside, Jackson's Buddy in sixth. Amazing Mike is a wide seventh. Argyle Max is running in eighth. Then comes Amigo Meister in ninth. Further back to Toy's Troubled Hero, who's running second to last. And David Screed trails the maiden sprint. The quarter whizzed past in just over 22 seconds. Bourbon Curiosity took the lead. Ryan's Wish circles up on the outside now with a bid. And right there, TV Victory holding the rail as they straighten away. Argyle Max running back in fourth. Then further back to Jackson's Buddy and Amazing Mike are next. Past the eighth pole. It's Bourbon Curiosity, the leader for Andre Zaloa. Bourbon Curiosity now with a 3-length buffer zone near home. Ryan's Wish into second. TV Victory third. Argyle Max and then David Screed. Bourbon Curiosity won by 5. Ryan's Wish was the runner-up. Then Argyle Max, TV Victory, and David Screed. 12:15, and then a photo. 12, Bourbon Curiosity. At 9-2 was first. The 15, Ryan's Wish. 3-1 in for the second spot. Stand by for the third, fourth, and fifth from the judges for the Pentafecta. Bourbon Curiosity, son of Tom's D'Etat. Andres Aloa for Miguel Silva. Scott Pierce's Hidden Creek Farm out to the maiden ranks. 12:15, then a photo, 104.52. Hold all until official. The judges have posted after a photograph. Number 1, Argyle Max at 29 to 1/3. 5, TV Victory at 25 to 1. The odds was fourth. And 2, David's Creed at 5-2, slipping into the Pentafecta. 12:15, 1-5, and the 2 runs fifth, David's Creed. Race 6 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the number 12, Bourbon Curiosity. With Andres Aloa. Bourbon Curiosity is a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Tom's D'Etat. Out of the exchange rate mare, Tashiara, bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Scott Pierce. Miguel Silva trains for winning breeder and owner Hidden Creek Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Bourbon Curiosity out to the maiden ranks. Will carry over in the Pentafecta. On to race 7 it goes for $2,647. Here comes a Grand High 5 carryover on the next maiden dash. 12:15 for the exacta, $44.60. 50-cent trifecta, 12:15 1, $148.55. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 6 with the 6 with Bourbon Curiosity, the 12, paid $18.10. Again, note that carryover in the Pentafecta. The 10-cent Superfecta, TV Victory was fourth in the maiden sprint. 12:15 1-5 Superfecta, $276.60. The Pentafecta carries on to race 7. It's off the turf. 19 minutes away, race 7. Maiden Juvenile Fillies dash on the main track. Sloppy track at 5 furlongs. There are no scratches. 5 Mescool. Late jockey change. Reported now to be Brittany Truxtell. Late jockey change, Brittany Truxtell on 5 Mescool. That just in. 8 Law and Malloy. Earlier announced jockey change there to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz on 8 Law and Malloy. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3, and as just noted, a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta carryover of $2,647. Post time in 18 minutes at 5:20. Ready, off. Fast start for TV Victory. Right there, Teller's Moonshine with an early bid for Brittany Truxtell. And it's on the outside. Also right there is Bourbon Curiosity. So Teller's Moonshine has taken the lead, challenged by Bourbon Curiosity in the black cap, and Ryan's Wish follows on the far outside with a bid toward the inside. TV Victory fourth, and in tight quarters at the 3.5. Hanks the Tank is running in fifth. And then on the outside, Jackson's Buddy in sixth. Amazing Mike is a wide seventh. Our Guy Max is running in eighth. Then comes Amigo Meister in ninth. Further back to Toys Troubled Hero, who's running second to last. And David Screed trails the maiden sprint. The quarter whizzed past in just over 22 seconds. Bourbon Curiosity took the lead. Ryan's Wish circles up on the outside now with a bid. And right there, TV Victory holding the rail as they straighten away. Our Guy Max running back in fourth. Then further back to Jackson's Buddy and Amazing Mike are next. Past the eighth pole, it's Bourbon Curiosity, the leader for Andre Zaloa. Bourbon Curiosity now with a 3-length buffer zone near home. Ryan's Wish into second. TV Victory third. Our Guy Max and then David Screed. Bourbon Curiosity won by 5. Ryan's Wish was the runner-up. Then Our Guy Max, TV Victory, and David Screed. Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information in the 8th race, late jockey change just in the 8th race. Again, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. off his mounts in the next and in race 8. There in the sprint, 5 Costly Pass will now be ridden by Joseph Romero. Weights corrected 119, 8th race. In the sprint, Joseph Romero on 5 Costly Pass.
The aggressive ride by Yolola pays dividends in race number 6. Gate 2 wire winner for the Thumbs Up gang. We're 9 minutes away from race number 7, the only race that was affected by the surface change. This was the only one carded for the turf course. Originally scheduled to be on the turf, now 5 furlongs on a sloppy main track. You've got first-time starters mixed in with some 2-year-old fillies that also bring experience to the table. I'm going to draw my eye to the first-time starters for the second time of the day. Earlier today, didn't really pan out how we planned. Today, later in the day, maybe it will. Starlit Sky has taken a ton of action for George Weaver. He's winning at 20% around the country, but this will be his first starter in Indiana this year for Matt Miller. Manny Esquivel sees fit to draw the irons for this 2-year-old filly, a first-time starter by Connect out of Sky America, who's been training forwardly. I was fortunate to be able to watch 2 workouts. One of them was very impressive. The other one, not so much. Kind of got the butt kicked in the morning on the last one. But the mare was a 2-time winner, banked over $100,000, and has been very live throwing first-time starters. In fact, very prominent with first-time starters. 5 siblings have gone to the gate for the first time. 2 of them returned a winner, and 2 of them returned second place. So 4 out of 5 have run in the exact, and the early money is signed on. However, if DRF algorithms and projections are accurate, that early money is kind of fool's gold because the projections are as high as 3-1, which is more in line with that 9-2 morning line, but does draw favorably to the outside. Have to like a 2-year-old filly by Connect. Drawing the outside has shown speed in the mornings, and you get a veteran rider, Manny Esquivel, aboard. Fernando de la Cruz picks up the mount on number 8, Law and Malloy for Anna Mia, who's only sent 4 starters to the gate. One of them has returned a third-place finisher here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This 2-year-old bay filly by Tiz the Law out of Golden Owl is by a mare who was winless, and she had quite an interesting career, even though she only had 4 starts. Her first 3 starts were all overseas. Then she shipped to the United States, where she ran once at Turfway. She retired a maiden, and this is her first full. So certainly an interesting backstory for Golden Owl. Maybe the turf will be where they land in the future, but they're going to stay in, get some experience in here, and you get the red-hot Fernando de la Cruz, who's already got multiple winners on the day, in the saddle, and you're getting a big overlay on the board, 10-1. Off that 8-1 morning line, but your inside runner is Dreaming Collect. Sammy Bermudez and Joe Davis teaming up in here. A horse who does bring experience to the table. Now, that experience can be looked of one of 2 ways. It was very good experience. However, the final time came back undesirable. Over a minute for a 5-furlong race on a track similar to this one. But what drove my interest is this horse showed speed, kind of had to briefly take back. And with a first-time starter, especially a 2-year-old filly, when they have to take back, that's a lot. And so if they show speed again, for Connection to have won, Cazares Racing Stables already has a winner on the day, and they look for another one in here. They got Dreaming Bro home. Maybe Dreaming Collect will be their long shot. 16-1 in here. The experience could trump the talent of those other first-time starters who did all want to be on the grass when it's said and done. We're 6 minutes away from the 7th race. Don't forget that 10-cent grand high 5 plays in here. 9 will go to the gate. 1 will return a maiden, no more. And we'll find out who it is 6 minutes from now.
Paddock judge here, Brandy Bell, now with the call for Riders Up. Maiden 2-year-old fillies now coming onto the track for the 7th race. This taken off the turf course. Main track remains labeled sloppy. At 5 furlongs, a field of 9. Couple of jockey changes. 5 Mescal, Brittany Truxtell rides 5 Mescal, a 3-race maiden. 8 Law and Malloy debuts with Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz rides 8 Law and Malloy. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Note there is a carryover here in the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta carryover on the maiden juvenile fillies sprint of $2,647. The carryover here is in the Grand High 5. Adding extra time in which to wager on the maiden juvenile fillies dash sloppy track. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Samir Bermudez with Dreaming Collect. Brittany Troxdell with Mescool. Now Tiago Canudo and twice started Super Pachi joins up. Rolando Aragon, here's Miss Clark. Santos Sanjor pilots Sweet Espresso, daughter West Coast. Sweet Espresso went in okay. Joe Ramos, first time starter, Chamonix. Chamonix in. Andres Calleja with Mescat. Couple in back. Law and Malloy. Fernando de la Cruz on the Thursday score sheet. One more. First time starter Starlit Sky. Manny Esquivel had a sprint win on Alto Road. This is the one taken off the turf today. Main track sloppy, all in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Super Pachi blasting off from the gate. Nearest the inside is Dreaming Collect in the red cap. There's the newcomer, Chamonix, who's bidding in between fillies. And on the outside is Mescool, the leading quartet, now at the 3.5. Miss Clark follows in 5th, with on the outside Starlit Sky running in 6th as they round the far turn. Then comes Law Emeloy toward the inside as they round the far turn. Mescat is running 2nd to last, and Sweet Espresso trails them. It's Chamonix. The quarter 22.78 seconds with Joe Ramos. Chamonix and toward the inside, Super Pachi. They take this confrontation past the quarter pole. Miss Clark on the far outside with in between horses Mescool and toward the inside Dreaming Collect. These maiden 2-year-old fillies splash down toward the final furlong. Super Pachi against the rail. Chamonix on debut. It's Chamonix and Super Pachi, and these two battle hard for it. Coming past the 16th with Miss Clark back in 3rd. Dreaming Collect and Starlit Sky with Joe Ramos. The daughter of Tappet. It's Chamonix. Chamonix has won it from Super Pachi. Miss Clark 3rd, then Starlit Sky, Dreaming Collect, and Mescat. .59.79, sloppy track after the maiden juvenile fillies dash. 59.79 seconds. 4.2391 fifth, unofficial. for Chamonix, 7-2 first. To Super Pachi, 7-2 second. Game effort, but the runner-up to Chamonix. 3 Miss Clark at 5-1 third. 9 Starlit Sky, the Connect filly, 2-1 with a debut fourth. And 1 Dreaming Collect, that second-time starter, at 14-1 gets into the Pentafecta that had a carryover going in here to the maiden. Hold on until official. Debut win for the daughter of Tappet. Joe Ramos for the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. Winchell Thoroughbreds Homebred at 7-2. Chamonix. Race 7 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 4 Chamonix with Joe Ramos. Chamonix is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Tappet at a modified by Candy Ride. Steve Asmussen trains for Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Joan and Ron Winchell. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Winchell Thoroughbreds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this newcomer, Chamonix. The 4-2 Exacta paid $54.80. 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-3, and even $54. 12-4 double, 38.20. The 10-cent Pentafecta with Dreaming Collect back in 5th. 4-2-3-9-1, 10-cent Grand High 5 result, $295.20. Pick 3, $29 and change. Starlit Sky, 4th while on debut. 10-cent Superfecta, 4-2-3-9, returned $42.80. All 9 ran, sloppy track, 59.79 after the maiden juvenile fillies sprint. Couple more to go. No live racing Friday. Don't forget Saturday. Hope you can join us. Live racing program, plus watch and wager on the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga. The Belmont Stakes on Saturday. Our live card kicks off at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. 18 minutes away from the next sprint, race 8 of 9. Scratch the 3. You're fired. Scratch 3 and take out the 8 Ease My Mind. 8 Ease My Mind has also been withdrawn. 5 Costly Pass. That lead jockey changed to Joseph Romero. Weights okay at 119. Joseph Romero rides 5 Costly Pass. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Another Pentafecta featured on the card. Start to the late double with a 5:51 revised post time of 5:51. Line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Super Pachi blasting off from the gate. Nearest the inside is Dreaming Collect in the red cap. There's the newcomer, Chamonix, who's bidding in between fillies. And on the outside is Mescool, the leading quartet, now at the 3.5. Miss Clark follows in 5th, with on the outside Starlit Sky running in 6th as they round the far turn. Then comes Law Emeloy toward the inside as they round the far turn. Mescat is running second to last, and Sweet Espresso trails them. It's Chamonix. The quarter 22.78 seconds with Joe Ramos. Chamonix and toward the inside, Super Pachi. They take this confrontation past the quarter pole. Miss Clark on the far outside with in between horses Mess Cool and toward the inside Dreaming Collect. These maiden 2-year-old fillies splash down toward the final furlong. Super Pachi against the rail. Chamonix on debut. It's Chamonix and Super Pachi, and these two battle hard for it. Coming past the 16th with Miss Clark back in third. Dreaming Collect and Starlit Sky with Joe Ramos. The daughter of Tappet. It's Chamonix. Chamonix has won it from Super Pachi. Miss Clark third, then Starlit Sky, Dreaming Collect, and Mescat line.
We are 10 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is for Indiana breds. It's 3-year-old and up, claiming 415. And the 3 is out. Marcelino's taken off. So, and I know John told you guys, but Romero is on the 5. And the 8 is out. So I'm going to go with the 7 here on top. Jammin' Justice. 9-5, current favorite. Jammin' Justice here gets Rodney Prescott aboard for Shannon McGovern. This one is owned by Russell McGovern as well. Justice Farm bred, obviously, with the Justice in there. And this horse, Sins, usually is right off the pace. I mean, look at this. A length off, half a length off, less than 2 lengths off the pace. So it should be right there. However, it's hard for this one to put it together in the last race. Kind of just faded in the stretch. But was at 5.5 on April 24th and was 3rd. Those were 2 allowance races. This horse was claimed at Turfway off the Pally for $7,500 by Shannon. And then Shannon put it in these allowance races and it did okay. Now we're dropping down to claiming for 15, which I think he fits in with this group a lot better. So I'm going to go with Jammin' Justice on top. I looked at the wet dirt tries. He has ran on the slot before. Didn't do much. Was kind of an even 5th. So not really sure how he's going to take it. But running style-wise and the class drop, I couldn't go against Jammin' Justice. So then I'm going to go with the 1, Hawkeye, which is just 2-1, so getting a lot of action as well. Hawkeye gets Alberto Burgos aboard for John Horan. Burgos is looking for his 2nd race of the day, and this is the first out for this horse. I probably, if he had a tightener, I probably would have put the 1 on top, but seeing as how he hasn't ran at all this year, I'm going to go ahead and put him in for my exacta. Now, if you look at those last 3 races, it was in those entry-level allowances and then finished the meet in a claiming for 15, wasn't in for the tag, but that was the class he was in and only missed by a length. But he missed by a length in the 3 before that, whether he was in an allowance or not. Now, the difference, though, is this one's dropping down to 5.5. And 5 furlongs is where he broke his maiden a couple years ago by 6. So maybe he wanted a little shorter. When you go through those last races, though, God, he was running against horses that were coming back to win. Tiz Eddie just keeps beating him for sure. But guess what? No Tiz Eddie in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the 4 now. 10-1. This is kind of my long shot here, but I love the connections. It's Klopp and Louis Contreras. If you guys don't know about Louis, he's one that Queen's played. He's like the king of Canada. Very, very talented rider. Illegal Contact is a 3-year-old gelding, and he's making his 5th lifetime start. He broke the maiden last year in October and then went straight in a non-2 allowance at today's distance and ended up an even 4th. And then this year came out in allowance and did not do much at all. So we are going to drop him back down to 5.5, and we're going to drop him into claiming. I think give him a little confidence boost, and maybe in one of the Indiana bred allowances he might be able to. But let's get him back to figuring out how to get to the lead. He seems like he does his best racing when he's close to the pace. 7-1-4 for me here in the 8th race. This is our final thoroughbred race, but don't worry. The very talented Martha Clausen will be back for race 9 to handicap our final race, the quarters. But in this claiming for 15, I got Jammin' Justice on top. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 8th race. Some extra time in which to wager here on this sprint over the 5.5 furlongs. The track remains labeled sloppy here. A field of 7. Scratch the 3, you're fired. And the 8 ease my mind. Scratch the 3 and 8. The 5 costly pass, the jockey Joseph Romero on 5 costly pass. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta here on the dash. Starts the late double. 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden over the 330 yards. In the 9th race there, scratch the also eligibles. 11, JB Corona, Me Perry, and the 12, No Recollection. 9th race for the quarters, scratch the AEs 11 and 12. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Alberto Burgos with Hawkeye. Joseph Romero, costly pass. Facing up to the gate. Costly passes join Hawkeye. Josh Morales with Shiesty to chase. Infinity's Warrior, Fernando de la Cruz. The win on the day. Now Luis Contreras with illegal contact. Rodney Prescott, Jam and Justice going in. Now illegal contact. Hawkeye now the 8-5 favorite. Illegal contact into the true center gate at 7-1 odds, and one more. Samuel Bermudez with Dowie. We've had a sloppy track here since kickoff. They're in the gate. Robin sprinting, and costly pass was awkwardly away. Drifts back to last, soon ridden. Hawkeye out to a flying start for Alberto Burgos. It's Hawkeye dash to the front from Jeb and Justice, who now chases the pace. Toward the inside is illegal contact, running in third, going past the half-mile pole. Dowie fanned wide. Then comes in between horses as they enter the far turn, and looking to launch a bid there is costly pass with 3 furlongs to go. Shuffle back was Infinity's Warrior as they round the far turn. The trailer Shiesty to chase. The opening quarter faster the showers, a flat 22 seconds. It's Hawkeye at the quarter pole from a looming up Jam and Justice with illegal contact in third. Then toward the inside is costly pass with Dowie. In between horses, Infinity's Warrior, and on the front side, Shiesty to chase. Top of the stretch, it's Hawkeye in the middle. Jam and Justice coming with a long run, and toward the inside, illegal contact. Hawkeye finding deep in the final furlong here. Now leads by 3 from Jam and Justice into second from illegal contact in third, and then Dowie back in fourth with Shiesty to chase in fifth. It's Hawkeye. Hawkeye has won it from Jam and Justice. Illegal contact was third. Fourth photo between Dowie and Shiesty to chase. $104.50 after the sprint. 1 Hawkeye, 3-2 first. It was 7-5 on 7 Jam and Justice, 8-1 on 4 illegal contact. Photo for fourth. This is on the bob. Dowie was on the inner of Shiesty to chase. Fourth and fifth, 174.92. 1 Hawkeye. 3-2 first, 7 Jam and Justice, 7-5 second, 4 illegal contact, 8-1 third, and a photo, 9 Dowie, 9-1 fourth, and 2 Shiesty to chase for the Pentafecta. A couple wins on the card. Alberto Burgos with the 1 double on the day. Here for John Harron. Another win this week. It's Hawkeye at 3-2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1 Hawkeye riding double for Alberto Burgos. Hawkeye is a 4-year-old big gelding by Storm's Eye. An Indian run by Indian Charlie. Racing for trainer John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds LLC. The winner was bred here in Indiana by Triple D Partners LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Hawkeye. Range 8 official. The 1-7 exacta paid at $10.60. 50-cent trifecta, 12.41. Oh, that's the pick 3, 12.41. $33.35. That 50-cent trifecta, there it is, 174. Legal contact was third. The 50-cent trifecta, 174, $14.55. 4-1 double, $39.80. Dowie back in fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, there's that result. 1749 for $8.60. We noted the pick 3, 12 with the 4 with the 1 Hawkeye. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 6 with the 12 with the 4 with the 1 Hawkeye, $260.50. The 50-cent late pick 5, $260.25. It was Shiesty the Chase fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta, 17492. Grand high 5 for $29.23. 18 minutes away from the ninth, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash with a 330. Sloppy track, scratch the also eligibles. 11 JB Corona Me Perry and the 12 No Recollection, scratch the AEs. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time 6:21 for the finale. Rough and sprinting, and Costly Pass was awkwardly away. Drifts back to last, soon ridden. Hawkeye out to a flying start for Alberto Burgos. It's Hawkeye dash to the front from Gem and Justice, who now chases the pace. Toward the inside is Illegal Contact, running in third, going past the half-mile pole. Dowie fanned wide. Then comes in between horses as they enter the far turn, and looking to launch a bid there is Costly Pass with 3 furlongs to go. Shuffled back was Infinity's Warrior as they round the far turn. The trailer Shiesty to Chase. The opening quarter, faster the showers, a flat 22 seconds. It's Hawkeye at the quarter pole from a looming up Gem and Justice with Illegal Contact in third. Then toward the inside is Costly Pass with Dowie. In between horses, Infinity's Warrior, and on the front side, Shiesty to Chase. Top of the stretch, it's Hawkeye in the middle. Gem and Justice coming with a long run, and toward the inside, Illegal Contact. Hawkeye finding deep in the final furlong here. Now leads by 3 from Gem and Justice into second, from Illegal Contact in third, and then Dowie back in fourth with Shiesty to Chase in fifth. It's Hawkeye. Hawkeye has won it from Gem and Justice. Illegal Contact was third. Fourth,
Well, we're ready to close out the Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis with a nice quarter horse race. This is going to be a 330-yard maiden, but for 3-year-olds and up. So we'll see horses with a little more experience trying to break that maiden and move on. Before we talk about the horses in today's field, would like to send out a shout out and congratulations to Jessie Vasquez and her husband Giovanni for the victory yesterday, 2-year-old victory yesterday by H.H. Shakem Kate. This was a filly that just, really sharp in her training race, but then went out and just had a tremendously professional debut. Clean break, clear path to the wire, and victory. Unlike my top choice, didn't do so well, broke from the gate and pretty much messed up all of her inside rivals and was disqualified to final, to 10th. But this happens sometimes with these very, very green 2-year-olds. Definitely don't give up on any of these horses. They'll be back for futurity trials at the end of this month. All right, well, let's talk about the horses in today's field. I'm going to begin with number 1. You talking about me. This is a horse that also is from Jessie Vasquez and Giovanni. And I'll tell you what, homebred by Diane Bennett, a son of Big Lou, who was actually a graded stakes winner, but did his best running as a 3-year-old. But this horse, I think, is really coming into form this year. Had a runner-up level here on May 8th. And so I think all you have to do is, maybe figure the barn is catching a little momentum, and this horse has some experience and could do very well today in our finale. All right, next for me, number 9, Fabulous Diva. Might be a day for the ladies. So Fabulous Diva is one of 2 in the field, trained by Karen Yike. And this is a horse, a 5-year-old mare, sired by one Fabulous Eagle, ran second with a very good speed index toward the end of last year, and then finished 4th in the first start of 2025. With a good speed index, 4th wasn't bad coming off the layoff. I think this mare has every right to move forward, second race off the layoff, and will be ridden by young rider Eduardo Diaz. Big fan of his. He's very skilled getting his horses out of the gate. The other Yike training I don't have in my top 4, but Rachel does, and that's Felton, number 4, a son of He's Relentless. So we'll see. Let's hope Karen has a good afternoon. She's very deserving of that. All right, how about number 2, Coltrane SM? Now, if you're looking for a lightly raced maiden, this horse would fit the bill. Just only one previous start for this 3-year-old gelding by Freight Train B. Made his debut here on May 12th for trainer Sherry Torres. Now, here's the interesting part. Sent off at 70-1, did not break well, stumbled out of the gate, but then came flying and finished 4th. Now, that is something to acknowledge because, obviously unraced, unproven, but to be able to recover from a stumble and finish 4th at 70-1. And he's got, I think, I'll give him a good luck. This gelding a good look because Eric Escueda has the call. I think this horse will be in the mix, even though he's only making his 2nd career start. All right, and then my next horse will be the number 7, Grand Fire GL. This horse has had plenty of experience. 5-year-old son of Highest Fire. He's going to make his 18th career start today. He's finished in the money 7 times and has competed twice this year already, running 4th in his most recent start on May 12th. Trainer Guadalupe Arevalo, when he teams with jockey Fernando Morin, they are 50% in the money. So even though the horse is trying to break the maiden in the 19th start, these are solid connections. So 1927, but we've got to talk about our quarter horse Pentafecta, which yesterday paid $2,278. So my long shot would be number 3 in this Cashin for the Cartel, Jessie Vasquez. This horse is making filly making her Indiana debut after competing twice last year in Texas. Coming off the layoff, but Natasha and Diego Bocanegra, they're pretty good with their horses, young horses. All right, well, that's it for me this afternoon. We will be off tomorrow, but we're back bright and early, almost bright and early, 10:55 on Saturday. We've got 10 races, and I'm going to close out the card with 2 quarter horse races on that Belmont Day card. Have a good evening and a good Friday.
The horses coming onto the track for the 9th race. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards. Sloppy track, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 JB Corona Me Perry and 12 No Recollection. Scratch 11 in the 12. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the quarter horse Pentafecta round about a couple of minutes. One minute to post. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Cash in for the Cartel. Uses a flipping halter. The Red Eagle Creek. You talking about me? Grand Fire GL went in well. Coltrane SM coming up. Fabulous Diva uses a flipping halter, drew 9. Felton coming forward. Nacho Renteria. Data Legacy's choice. Fabulous Diva's in. So stand by, one more. Francisco Quintero with He's Secret Rocks. Sloppy track over the 330 yards. Saturday's live card kicks off at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Here comes the last, all in. Off in the Thursday finale. He's Secret Rocks on the stand side rail. Sharp start for You Talking About Me. Felton with a charge. Nanto Racharia in the middle along with the Red Eagle Creek past the 110. You Talking About Me. Cashing for the cartel right there. Cashing for the cartel. Surging. Cashing for the cartel. Cashing for the cartel in a wave with You Talking About Me. Felton, Grand Fire GL, and Fabulous Diva part of a scramble in the finale. Photo finish. Three, 1, 4, 7 and the 9 runs fifth after the maiden. 3 cashing for the cartel at 3-1 first. 1 You Talking About Me at 5-1 second over a wave of them. 4 Felton at 8-1 was third. Number 7 Grand Fire GL 6-1 fourth. And 9 Fabulous Diva at 5-2 getting into the quarter horse pentafecta. 16.903 seconds on a sloppy track. Cashing for the cartel, Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez. Mark and Rosemary Gorney, the daughter of EC Jet 1, cashing for the cartel out to the maiden ranks. Official. $3-1 exacta paid $55.40. 50-cent trifecta, 3-1-4 and even $71. 1-3 late double paid $40.60. The 10-cent superfecta, 3-1-4-7 paid $57 even. 50-cent pick 3, 4 with the 1 with the 3, $76.55. And the 10-cent quarter pentafecta, 3-1-4-7-9, $331.33 for that quarter horse grand high 5 official. 16.903. Winning the maiden, getting the happy rubs, and stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle of the three. Cash in for the Cartel with Diego Bocanegra. Cash in for the Cartel is a 3-year-old bay filly by EC Jet 1. Out of the Shazumer. Bred in Texas by Billy Dan Dodd. Natasha Perez trains for Mark and Rosemary Gorney, the daughter of EC Jet 1. Out of a Shazumer, cash in for the Cartel, out of the maiden ranks. 16.903 sloppy track. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. No live racing on Friday. You can watch and wager on the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes, part of the stakes card at the Belmont at Saratoga Belmont Stakes meeting. Tomorrow, First Floor OTB open. Saturday, live racing plus the chance to watch and wager on the Belmont Stakes. Saturday post time, 10:45 a.m. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight. Thursday finale. He's Secret Rocks on the stand side rail. Sharp start for You Talking About Me. Felton with a charge. Nanto Rateria in the middle along with the Red Eagle Creek past the 110. You Talking About Me. Cash in for the Cartel right there. Cash in for the Cartel surging. Cash in for the Cartel. Cash in for the Cartel in a wave with You Talking About Me. Off in the Thursday finale.